There you go.
Okay. You want to just stop like along the fence? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Oh. It's not on. It says it's on, but it's not.
Test one.
That's the wrong one, is what she told me.
Test 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Steve, turn yours off.
Okay.
You hang on.
We'll get through this.
Yeah, it's always the first one. There you go.
Sorry for all the confusion here as we get started, and what an awesome way to get this day started with this young lady's brockle face. And I think there's so much good about this one through her front 1/3 and everything that she blends together in terms of balance and proportionality, and the way she gets out and goes is just a little bit better than the one that comes out here in second. And the one that we have in second does a lot of the same things good, just I'd like to see her reach out of her front end ever so slightly to put more competition on the one that starts out the class. The one that comes in third, I think there's 3 of them down here that are going to bring up the bottom of the class, and I think this one just does the most good in terms of structural correctness and the way her genuine build as she gets out and goes. Take nothing away from these last 2, and I think that's what separates 4 and 5 for me, is that this one is just a little better in her composition and the way she's put together against the one that's in 5th, as this one just gets a little short-hipped and a little short-coupled as she wants to get out and go. But a great way to get this started. Do you want... Hey, you want both of them back?
Yes, sir. I'll take both. If you want to keep one, I'll keep one. However you feel.
Well, he's got to...
I got you. I'm got you.
Okay, you want this one? as we get into the second class of market heifers here, I think we have a lot of give and take and a lot of, and this is just personal preference for me, but we're going to start at the ground, and I think this black and white one that we're going to start with gets about and moves the most effortlessly. Nothing away from the rest of them, and if I would like to change this one, I'd love to change her up through her front end, extend her out of her top side of her shoulder, and make her make comes over the one in third, because she is arguably the longest necked, prettiest fronted one of the group. I just wish that she would get out here, and that would challenge, or that would push her against the first one. As we come down into third and fourth, I think for me, what sorted numbers 3 and 4 was just front end structure, and I think even though this orange roan is fighting the halter quite a bit today, I think then the one that comes out in fourth. I love the young lady's black and white one that comes out in fourth. Just look, I just wish that today she would want to move out of her front end ever so slightly better. The one that's going to round out the class for a market heifer, I think she's has a lot of the things that we're looking for in one of those. I just wish that off both ends of her skeleton she got out and she moved better and more freely, but take nothing away from her. She has a lot of future ahead of her.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
You're good. Here, as we get into our third class of market heifers, I think there's a lot of discussion to be had between the two of these, and I'm just going to tell you how I see this pair before we place them in. We're going to start with the young lady's black one up front, and in my mind, when I think of market heifers, and that's not something we have a lot of back where I'm from, this is what I think of. I think of good-bodied. I think of looks like one should look in terms of a market animal shape, and I will be the first to admit that this one in her head and the way she ties into her front end is not near as attractive. I don't think you can paint a better picture of one to be a market heifer. Where I think the discussion comes between the two of them is the young lady's black and white one. When she wants to get out and go, she wants to ever so slightly shuffle out of her hip, and she wants to draw up right in the middle part of her back, and that's where the young lady's black one has the advantage in terms of just my opinion and how they get out here and move today. And I'm a structure critic, and so we're going to use the young lady's black one to be first. We're going to use the young lady's black and white one to be second, and that takes absolutely nothing away from that one because I think she's really, really good. When we get down here in the third, I think this young man's gray heifer does a lot of good things. She just runs into two right in front of her that I think are very, very nice, and she maybe just doesn't have some of the extras that the two in front of her have. And as we come down here to the bottom, these two heifers that are going to round out the class, I think the young lady that has the heifer here that's going to be in fourth place, I just think through her, the way she ties up through her head and her neck and into her front end and down through her chest, I think she does so with some more cleanliness and more attractiveness, and that's what sorts this pair for me. It take nothing away from the young lady's heifer we're going to round out the class with. She's doing a great job showing her. She just isn't quite attractive enough for my liking.
I'm going to try to make
up better that time. An interesting pair we have here in this fourth class of market heifers, and I think there's some give and take amongst the two of them, but I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's heifer up front. Ties in the neatness to her shoulder and how she ties her head and her neck higher as she ties out of the top side of her shoulder. And I think that's the big difference between the two. Is far superior to the one that we have here in second, and that doesn't take anything away from this young lady's heifer in second, because I think from her shoulders back she's really good. She's big back, she's robust bodied, a bit of ease. I really like these two right here that we have at the top, and as we work our way down here to third, fourth, and fifth, I think there's a lot of give and take and amongst the three of these, and I think the young man's black heifer just did the most things. And that's what lands her above these other two. And these the young lady's blue heifer that we have here in fourth, I think there's a lot of good in her. I just wish that we could get out and we could get out and get her to move a push so bad. With his smoke-colored heifer, I think there's a lot of good in her, and I think he probably will have a great year with her. But for me today, she just wants to break up in behind her shoulders to be more competitive amongst these other two. But that's a great bodied, right sized. When these guys that called me and asked me if I wanted to come and judge this show, I didn't really know what to say other than yes, I wanted to. And back where I'm from, as I stated a little bit ago, we don't show a lot of market heifers, and it's something that's starting to take off, and there's becoming more and more of them. But I think we've got these top four really, really, really good. And I'm just going to tell you how I see them, and that doesn't mean that I'm right. And I'm sure that these have maybe been to shows and placed different ways. But we're going to start with this young lady's yellow one, and I guess when she walks into me, she's just striking. I think that's the best word you can use for her. She's the most busted apart in her hip and all the way through. And I'm going to say, I'll be the first person to admit that she's the least lacking of the hair that we have of these top four, but I think she does a lot of things good. And if you know me, I'm drawn to look, and I'm drawn to attractiveness, and this one has the look. And this little girl does a killer job showing her, and I like a lot of things about that heifer, and I think she's got a lot of good about her. We get down here into 2 and 3, and I think there's a lot of discussion to be had, and I'm just going to tell you how I see him today, and that's just how it is. And the young lady in third, her heifer wants to be more of a show heifer for sure, and so you can make a case for it. But I'm just going to say that the one that I'm going to use here in second, I think she uses her hip and her hind leg and the way she gets out and goes better amongst this pair. And that is ultimately the deciding factor for me. There's no doubt about it. The one that's in third, it wants to tie higher out of the top of her shoulder today, but I don't think that's. I honestly want to call that a wash because the one in second is showing so poorly. The decision between third and fourth to me was honestly just dimension and capacity and the way that they're built across the rib and their upper rib shape. And I think the one that comes out in third has more than the one that comes out in fourth. I really like the young man's heifer in fourth in terms of her structure and her look and a lot of the things she has to bring today. I just wish we could extend her out through her front end and open up her upper rib, and I think that would be a game changer for her. The young man's little gray heifer that comes in fifth, she just runs into a really tough class of heifers, and I think there's a lot of good about her, and I'm sure he's going to have a great year with her. She just doesn't maybe have some of the extras in foot and bone and look that the four above her have. The young man's black and white one and the young lady's black one. They're going to round out the class. Same song and dance as the one that goes in fifth. I think they're good, and I think there's a lot of good to be had about them. I just wish that we could maybe make them a little freer structured, a little bigger boned, a little more attractiveness, but nonetheless, right size, good built, attractive cattle that probably have a lot of future ahead of them. as we get out here to pick your champion market heifer, I think there's a lot of quality in these 5-class winners, and I think there's some give and some take and some differences amongst them as well. And we're not going to go back through them and talk about them all today because I'm sure I won't be fast enough as it is, so we're not going to go back through that. But these guys did tell me that they're going to pick a top 10 at the end of this show, so we're going to take more than 2 out of each, or they left it up to us how many we want to take out of each division. So we're going to take a few more than 2 market heifers today, just because I do think there's a lot of quality amongst those. And let's give these young kids a round of applause for bringing a really nice set of market heifers out here, and we'll pick them.
I got you.
We have a single entry Angus steer here that this young lady's brought to us today, and I know that it's always the saying goes that one could stand a lot more competition, but I do think this is a really nice Angus steer this young lady's brought us here, and just in terms of his build and the way he's put together and the way he gets out and goes about the ring, I think this calf's very nice, and props to her for bringing out a nice Angus steer today. I look forward to seeing him in the champion drive later on.
Texas A&M. He owns and operates Simon's Cattle and raises elite show steers and responsive heifers. He is also the creator of the Sheep Side Podcast. We had him back here last year. We are privileged to have him again. Please welcome Simon.
We're going to leave these three just like they're standing right now, and I think that it sorts itself out pretty easy in my mind. And when you get this look of this young lady's gray one right here, I don't know that you can paint much of a better picture. You want to talk about high tine, good centered, good leg. About that calf, and I want to see him show out here a little bit better today, but that's getting pretty picky of one I think is really, really nice. And it takes nothing away from this young man's calf that he brings out here in second, but to me, he just reads a little more mature through his chest full and out through his center body, and he just wants to come in a couple more pieces in this young lady's gray one that we're going to start with, but I think nonetheless, not to take anything away from him, I like that calf a lot, and he's attractive up through his front end, and he's stout, and he's good haired, and he's good boned, and I think there's a lot. He just doesn't blend it all together quite as good as this one does. And this young man that's going to come out in third, he just runs into two that are really, really nice. And I like this calf. He just needs more time on feed. He needs more groceries to go with him, but I think he's really nice, and he should have a great year with that young gray calf.
Two classes of keys, 3 and 4. First class is 6'8", 67.
Results of class number 7 in the red ring, first place. Given her 188, Cassidy Stratman.
Well, good afternoon. Good place to start in the market heifer division over here in the black ring. I like quality cattle, and this one's extremely high quality. Really fun to look at, sound structured, and this look right here, just can't get quite enough of it. Wins are fun, really good place to start. Nothing to take away from the heifer that comes in here second. I love how deep-bodied she is. I like how stout-pinned she is. She's got some length of hip. She's really, really good out of her hind leg. We want to compare her back to the one that beats her in this class, like to set her back in her shoulder ever so slightly, make her a little more attractive in her front end. But in her own right, that's a very, very good animal that just kind of ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw. High quality, very practical animal that comes next. Really, really like her. Stouter, but this is one that I could see being very practical in production too, if this young lady wants to keep her around. And I think both of them have positive attributes. I went with this stouter version right here. Look at the sticks on this thing's really, really big feet. She's a slight structural improvement maybe over the one that follows her. Performance and scale and depth of body lands up a little bit. bit more foot size and set her down a little more comfortable, but certainly one that has a lot of things that you really like about her.
If you know me and anything about the way that we pick them back home and the way that we prefer them, you know that when the young lady's black calf walked in, it was a no-brainer in my mind. And I think there's so much good about him. And it just this look of him right here, he's so balanced and he's so proportional. And the way he ties everything together is so correct. And I just think there's a bright future ahead of that calf. If you want to get really picky and say that he needs to be pulled apart in his chest ever so slightly, I'm not going to argue with you one bit. But I think there's too much good about him to get too critical of him for that today. And definitely to beat him. And the young lady's white calf closed up underneath. He's too closed up in behind his shoulders. He's too closed up in his heart and his forerib, especially for how much chest he wants to have down low and that little bit of skin hanging down there. But I do like the calf. I think he brings a lot of good to the table. I just think he runs into a really, really tough black one there to start this class. And this young man's calf that comes out in third, I think there's nothing but good ahead of him. And he's skinny and he's green, but there's so much good about him. And the way he ties up it to his front end and his look that he has and his structure, I just would like to pull him apart everywhere and make him a little denser and wider. But I think nonetheless, that's a really good calf with a bright future ahead of him.
Four keys.
some differences in type and kind, and definitely doesn't have the attractiveness in her front end of the one that wins the last class, but when you go from there back, you're correct in all of her angles. Nice big bone, good body. Clean her up right there in her throat latch, and maybe right there on the top, and moves relative to the remaining of this class. Really like that heifer. Next probably gives up a little bit of power relative to the cattle on either side of her, but I think it's when we ask her to move is where she excels. Reaches better out of both her front and rear skeleton and the one right behind her. She's bold-bodied, she's soft, she too has some balance, maybe, but it's her structure that gets her second. She look of quality. To me, I'd like to layer her park right here. You can really appreciate. It needs to move a little more flexible relative to the past that have a lot of positives to them as well. Leg than the one right in front of her. She gives up a little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of muscle shape to move up relative to those ones right above her. Stout hip heifer that rounds out the class. She's bold-bodied, she's flat-shouldered, she's good-looking too. Just like to correct her a little, but certainly one that has a lot of.
We've got a pair of them here in the key steers, and I think there's this deserves a lot of discussion. And I think there's two of them that bring a great deal of quality here, and we're gonna talk about them, and then we'll place them. And I'll just tell you how I see them today. And we're gonna start with the young ladies up here in the front right now, and I think that calf brings a lot of good. I think he's so balanced, he's so correct when he gets out and goes, and honestly, that's probably where I like him a little bit better now, is just the way he collects himself when he gets out and he wants to go about the ring. I think that on this one, I pick him up at the top side of his shoulder, and I want to elevate him out of the top side of it. He has the distinct advantage, and I think he is absolutely way more busted open in behind his shoulders. I think he carries a little more true dimension and shape all the way there in the point of his shoulder, and he wants to just come in a few more pieces. For sometimes when he pulls his ears, I think that calf has a world of future to him, as do I think both of these do. To me, today, the young lady in second is going to win. The young lady up here is going to be second. You're going to be first. You're going to be second. It takes nothing away from these two that we. And I think he has a lot of good. He just needs more time to show. The young man that comes in third, he just doesn't maybe have the one we have here in third, but nonetheless a great calf that he. this is a really nice key to quality standing here, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to take 3 from this division because I do think that there's that type of quality standing out here, and I think it's this is just my personal the rest of them in terms of just overall quality, completeness, and ready to be here today. So the young lady, first class is going to be champion, you're going to be reserve, and you're going to be third.
Button. You're good to go. Wheel your calf around.
Over here on the black ring side, another really high quality set of cattle. And I think a pretty logical place to start here. Stout heifer. She's got good wheels, big feet, big bones. And when we get her parked and we get her loin down, we really like looking at her right here. Off. You might have seen there I flip-flopped him here a little bit here in second, third, and I think there's some discussion to be had if you want to bring these cattle out. I think the reason we go with this smoke, in my opinion, is I think she's the better combination of both structure and power. Do I like the maturity pattern of the one right behind her a little bit better? Do I like the muscle pattern of the one right behind her a little better? Yes, I do, but I think this one is sounder in her rear wheel. I think she's stouter, and I think there's something to be said for that. Really like how smooth this one here in third blends from her shoulder back into her forerib. I like how high and tight she's out of her neck. When we get her stopped right here, we really love her. She's great chested, and how could you not appreciate this color pattern? For me, where she's third is when we get her on the move, she wants to separate in her back just a little bit. She wants to use her hind leg with just a little bit of, I guess, rigidity might be the way to put it. Maybe she needs a little more depth of heel, but certainly one I appreciate and like, and it really pains me to put her third because it's a high quality animal. Bull-bodied heifer here that's got a really nice hind leg. I think her hind leg maybe excels the one that's right in front of her. I think there's something to be said that we all could learn from this young lady watching her show without a show stick. I think there's a lot of people that should do more showing without a show stick, and it's quite impressive. Stout, powerful, good looking, just runs out a little bit of pizzazz, if you will, relative to those ones right in front of her, but one that I think is going to be a good project and should continue to get better with time. Deep-bodied heifer that's got nice, soft legs that rounds out the class. She's got some performance. She's got some look from the side. Just like to give her just a little bit more punch and maybe stouten her foot up, but certainly one I'd be happy to go home with.
Results of Class 3 in the black ring. First is Morgan Kelly Algona. Second goes to Carter Schmidt, Columbus, Nebraska. Third goes to Michaela Settles, North Bend, Nebraska. Goes to...
Go, Dennis. Okay.
We need Class 11 entries to the red ring, please. Give it a 145 and 213 to the red ring. And then also, this is your first call for classes 12 and 13 to the red ring, please. Our champion, Keys Steer.
An intriguing set of Hereford steers that we have here, and I've got a soft spot for Herefords. My little sister showed, all of us kids actually showed them our first year in 4-H, and I've got a family back in Indiana this year that has one as well. So I enjoy them. I think they're fun, and I think there's discussion to be had between the two of these. And the young man that comes up here that's first right now with the lighter pigmented calf. I like that calf a lot, and I love his look up front, and I love just this look of him that you get from right here. I'd like to push him back at his knee ever so slightly, and I'd like to just bust him apart everywhere. But I think a lot of that comes with time and maturity, and that's where the calf that stands here in second has the distinct advantage, just in terms of pounds and maturity today. I like this calf a lot. I think he balances well. I think there's a lot of good about him, and I think he gets out and he moves probably just a little more effortlessly out of his front end. So the young man with the darker calf is going to be your champion. The young man with the light calf is going to be reserve. Here in our Limousin division, I think we've got two steers that are both very, very nice and deserve to be talked about here for just a minute. And I think there's some give and some take to the both of them. I do think there's a clear-cut winner, and the young lady's going to be first, and you're going to be second. And I like a lot of things about this calf. I love his balance from the side. I love his look. His structure on his rear too is really, really nice. If you want to get really nitpicky of him, I'd like to open him up there in his chest and in his knee. Gets a little in his knee, but that's not to take away from a really nice calf, especially for the breed. The young man's calf that's going to come here in second, be our eventual reserve, I like that calf a lot as well, and I think honestly his build and his look is very, very nice, and I think there's a lot of future for him. Just needs some days on feed, but I think that everything's there, and it should be a great year for that young man.
Over here on the market heifer side, pretty logical place to start. This heifer right here, big bodied, she's stout, she wheels around good, wins this class pretty handily. We can talk about her more later. Let's go ahead and bring the next one out. I think there's some trade-offs in these cattle as we get down here second through fifth, and we'll describe them a little bit. I think this heifer here that's going to come second for me does so because we like her a lot better when we ask her to move. She reaches better off both ends of her skeleton. Yes, she's still smooth. She's still stout. She's powerful when you get in behind her. And while she was fighting to halter a little bit earlier, when we get her stopped like this right here, we like her. And we like her because I probably prefer her condition maybe a little bit better than the one that wins this class. Certainly a really nice heifer. And to me, the structural and build improvement over the ones that are going to come 3, 4, and 5. Young lady's doing a really nice job here. Stout, burly one here that comes next. She's powerful. She's deep. She's impressive when you get in behind her. And I think relative to the ones right in behind her, she's the improvement off of both ends of her skeleton. We'd like to clean her up a little bit in her chest and her throat latch to move her up higher in the class, but certainly one that's stout and should be easy feeding, and we appreciate her for those attributes. bull-bodied blue heifer here that's highly presented. She's deep-bodied too, and that's kind of hard to do when you're raising cattle, is make them both bold and deep, in my opinion. She's stout when you get in behind her, and I think she's a little sounder out of her rear wheel than the one behind her. Relative to the ones in front of her, we'd like to set her back in her knee a little bit to move her up higher in her class, maybe lay her back and make her more relaxed the angle of her shoulder, but stout and powerful and high quality nonetheless. If you want to flip-flop these two down here, I wouldn't argue with you a little bit. Here's the stouter one of the two. I think she's more powerful in her rib shape. She's more impressive when you get in behind her. But with that, we get a little bit coarser about her shoulder, but certainly a good quality cattle. Let's give these young exhibitors a round of applause.
an interesting class of main steers that we have here, and I think there's some discussion to be had, but it is not for first. I think the one in first, I think he wins, and I think he does so rather handily, in my opinion. This look of him right here is just so striking and so complete and so well balanced, and I like that calf a lot, and he'll be fun to talk about here again in just a minute in the champion main drive. The discussion is right here between these two of them, and I think there's a lot of discussion to be had, and I'm going to just leave it like this. I think structure sorts these two. I think this one in front is pushed back in his shoulder better. I think he gets about the ring, and I think he puts it all together in a more collected package. And that takes nothing away from the young man's calf that's going to come out here in third. I just like to push him back in his knee. I'd like to settle the mid part of his back, and I'd like to crack him open ever so slightly there and behind his shoulders. But I think that is a calf with an awesome look, some great ring presence about him. I just need to make him get out here and move just a little bit more effortlessly today. Taking nothing away from the young lady's calf that comes out in fourth. He's just a little short and a little jammed up. This calf, he's big centered, he's big muscled, and just needs to put it all together in a little smoother.
Well, over here on the black side, I don't know if I'm getting paid enough to work this hard. It's a pretty challenging group of cattle to work through, mostly because they're really high quality, and we all enjoy looking at quality stock. I think there's some differences. I think it's competitive. I think these folks brought some really good cattle here for us to evaluate. And we're going to leave them the way we stand. You just want to start wheeling your cattle here. And if you guys could just follow, we're going to talk all three of these kind of together, because I think they deserve to be talked about kind of in aggregate as a group. I mean, I'm just some hammerhead from California. I don't want to look around the ring to see how many people are probably nodding along and agreeing with that. I like this heifer that starts, and I'll tell you what I see in the cattle. This is the stoutest one that is still sound in her structure and reaches off both of the nervous skeleton. Now, you can get in behind her and you can say, hey, Ferris, I think she's just a little bit bow-legged, and I wouldn't disagree with you, but I think, and it's been a long time since I was good at fitting a leg, and maybe Isaiah would be able to give some helpful hints on this too, because he's a lot handier with the steel than I am. But I think if we clipped a little bit more off the back on the outside of her back leg between her hock and her pastern, we'd like the way that looks from behind just a little bit. But she reaches so good off of both ends of her skeleton. She's bull-bodied. She's stout. She's impressive when you get in behind her. I think when you compare her back to both these ones behind her, is she a little quicker in her maturity pattern? Yes. Is she a little crestier in the top of her neck? Yes. Is she a little bit lower to the ground up front? Yes. But I think in terms of hard to make pieces, she's still the one I like the best. She's impressive. In this motion, when we get her stopped right here, we like her too. And it's little nitpicky things. And so to me, the stoutest one that's still smooth, the sound, to me, has to win. Love the presence of this one here in second. And it reminds me back, I had a yellow roan heifer like this many, many moons ago. I won't tell you how many years ago that I liked just as much as I like this one. It's really hard to make cattle kind of short-shouldered like this that are deep-bodied and more powerful and deep in their body as you get your way back. She's high-necked, like we said. She's stout and really deceivingly powerful when you get in behind her, and almost a picture-perfect hind leg. Like I said earlier, I'm just a hammerhead. I probably don't know what I'm talking about. For me, this is the one out of all these I'd probably like to take home as a cow. I'd really like to breed on this one. Relative to the one in front of her, does she just have all the extras? I don't know. If you want to switch those two, sure, go for it. But I think that's a really, really high-quality one that pains me to put second. Same things can be said in some ways about this one that's going to come third. I think it's painful to put cattle of this quality third. You know, when this one came in, I said, well, hey, there's my class winner. I think she was maybe the first one that came in. Hey, there's the one that's going to win. And then we had a bunch of other ones come in. Love her foot size, love her bone, like how stout she is. For me, she kind of loses some balance when we ask her to move. She wants to sink her neck down in her shoulder just a little bit. She wants to get a little shorter hip, get up in her loin, duck her pins. When we get her set like this and when the young man gets her loin down and gets her head up and we kind of mask her jaw just a little bit, we really, really like this animal. And even without those things, I still like her. She's stout. She's got a pretty incredible set to her shoulder. She's set back in her knee. I just like to redesign her hip and hind leg a little bit when she moves and keep her put together a little bit better. But again, if you want to move these around a little bit in this class, I wouldn't argue with you. Third. One that comes fourth, and again, continues to be challenging down here. Big-bodied, sound structure. I think relative to the ones in front of her, she has a little more bark on her. I'd like to give her a little more shape and just extend her maturity pattern a little bit more. Her, kind of like the one in front of her, wants to lose just a little bit presence on the move. She wants to sink her neck down her shoulder a little bit, kind of get up in her back, but certainly a very, very nice one. Kind of jumbled these around down here, and I think where these two, relative to the one right in front of her, have some advantages. I think they have harder muscle shape. I think they're fresher in their muscle shape. They might be bolder bodied. They might even be more impressive when they get in behind. When you get in behind them, I think this black and white heifer, compared to the one in front of her and behind her, probably has the more desirable hip and hind leg. I think it's a little longer hip. I think she's got a more attractive and athletic hind leg. Compared to the one in front of her, I think she just loses a little bit of quality look up through her front end and maybe needs to be laid back in her shoulder. Relative to the one behind her, she's the stouter, burlier one that's still sound. Love the hind leg on this one too. And you saw earlier I had her move maybe a little bit higher up the chain. Like her shape, like her power in her rib shape, like how impressive she is when she gets behind her. I like how she uses her hind leg. Could lengthen her hip out a little bit. Relative to the one in front of her, she's set back in her shoulder better, and we like her front end design. A good heifer is just really a shame it has to be down here raining some buzzsaws up earlier in the class. Big-bodied, stout heifer that rounds out the class, and we appreciate the amount of product. She's good-chested. She's high-necked. I like the way she uses her front end. However, just want to correct her a little bit out of her rear skeleton, one that I'd be happy to take home. Just ran with some really incredible animals in front of her, and she's impressive class of market heifers.
About my size. Oh yeah, that piece. It's broken.
Oh, okay, all right.
So it's kind of. It's got. No, you're good.
Okay.
It's kind of jacked up.
Interesting class of main steers that we have here, and I'm going to be real honest. I don't know just get down to the fundamentals and what they are and the basics. I think this young man's calf wins, and I think, honestly, in my opinion, he does so rather handily. And it's this look right here that you get of him, and I'll be the first to admit he probably does not have enough muscle, and he's probably not just pulled apart enough everywhere. But I think that when we get him out here and we put him in motion and the look that we get from the side, I think he does the most good things. He's got big feet, his angles are right, his proportions are right, and I like a lot of things about that calf. I want to bust him open everywhere, but I think that's a really good one, and that's where the one that comes in second probably has a distinct advantage in my opinion. He is more cracked open. There is more of him. I just wish we could put him on a bigger foot, a bigger bone. I wish we could push his shoulder into him ever so slightly and adjust him in his heart and his forerib. But I do think that calf has a lot of good and a bright future in front of him. Ahead of him, he looks like a little fat steer for that guy. We got here in third and fourth, and I think there's discussion to be had here as well. And I left these four out here for a while and had to really think about it and look about it. And this is just my opinion on these two. The black and white one that's going to be third, he gives you an awesome look from the side. I think that look right there, it's awesome. Like you can't paint a better picture. I'd like to see what's underneath all of it. I think that he gets a little closed up. I think he gets a little narrow. And I'd like to just see him come with some more muscle and some more punch. But I do think that's a very nice calf with a bright future ahead of him. The young man's calf that's going to come here in fourth, I like him. He gives you a really nice look from the side. To me, he just gets a little short-hipped. He wants to push out of his front end ever so slightly, but I think there's a lot of good about him, and I think he reads to have a good future. If you can keep his front end structure good, young man, I think you've got a real solid chance ahead of you. It's too questionable for me today. And these two, go ahead and bring that one around too. And we've got two that round out the class here, and I think there's a lot of good about them, and honestly, just easement of structure and easement of movement is what sorts this pair for me. I think this young man's calf just gets around the ring a little bit better, on some bigger feet, some bigger legs, and he's got a little better look there from the side. Take nothing away from the young lady's calf, just ran into some with him this year.
Well, you folks definitely came out of the gates guns blazing this morning. A lot of high-quality market heifers. We're going to talk through them real briefly here to kind of orient everyone and just kind of give you guys a little insight on kind of the way I see these cattle. But incredibly impressive set of animals. And if the rest of the show is like this was today, it's going to be a very fun day and a lot of high-quality stock to look at. Bronco face heifer out of the first class. We really love her look right here from the side. When we get her stuck like this, this is the kind of look that you could look at animals like this all day. We're doing a great job showing her highly presented, long hip, great hind leg, high necked, really attractive, and she's bold and has, I think, an ample amount of power. We were actually just talking about this back in the office before we come out, and I made the comment that when folks call about our sale cattle, sometimes I feel like there's a pretty wide range, I guess, of what folks feed market heifers want. Anything from like a stout commercial on to one that really does look like a steer. I probably peg this one more as like a stout commercial for me, but you know, everyone feeds them different. I think she's got enough power. I love her look. One thing I do know for sure, though, is that's a high-quality animal. It's certainly fun to look at. It's going to be a lot of fun down the road, and one that's certainly out here in contention. One that wins the second class, we talked earlier about how much we liked her from her shoulder back. Bull-bodied, she's stout. She's got a great hind leg. She motors around the ring really well. Sure, we'd like to clean her up right there on the bottom side of her throat, maybe extend her a little bit up on in her neck, but really high-quality animal, one to be nice feeding. Royal Burley, one that wins the third class. She's stout. She's really impressive when you get in behind her. We like the way she moves. Maybe lengthen her out in her hip just a little bit. But right here, when we get this look at her, high-quality animal, got some rib shape, got some power. Maybe could make her just a little fresher about her head shape particularly, but one that I do appreciate for a combination of flexibility and power. Big-bellied, stout one here that's really attractive out of the top side of her neck. For how burly she is in her center body, she's still pretty good chested. She's got some power. I think we might have talked about this earlier. Maybe like to clean her up in her condition ever so slightly, lengthen out her maturity pattern just a touch, but one that we really like for her power and just mass, and one that, you know, we're talking about the range of spectrum. That one's probably a tweener to me, but really good heifer. One that wins the very, very competitive last class, and we can talk about her again even though it was just moments ago, did so because for me she is the best combination of power, smoothness, and structure. Extremely bull-bodied. She's impressive when you get in behind her. When you ask her to go, she reaches off both ends of her skeleton with a lot of flexibility. Sure, we can nitpick her here and there, but when I think about market animals, if we can kind of check those three boxes, and we do those three boxes well, and then you can put an ample enough amount of look on them, I think those are things that really I gravitate to. She'll be your champion market heifer. We'll bring the second out here, and then we'll go pick a reserve.
Oh, you're good. I was just waiting on him.
we bring our second back out of that heater class that we had in the end. And we talked about how much we appreciate this one's hip and hind leg. She maybe has one of the better hind legs we've seen all day. And something I didn't mention earlier is whoever fit that hind leg, high five, because that kind of hair looks like the kind of hair I don't like to mess with. That looks not fun. But you guys did good. She is so stout. She is sound. She ties her neck high. She's really balanced and attractive when you look at her from the side. Sure, we'd like to clean her up in her throat, but if we're going to kind of stay with the mantra of best combination of power and structure, she's going to be reserve, and then we're going to take 3. And this one right here, this little Brock, will be her 3rd overall. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Sorry for the delay there, waiting on Ferris to finish up his market heifers, but a fun pair of mains I think that we've got here, and up some discussion to be had between the two of them. I think the young lady's calf that wins the first class, I think he just does so many things correct, and he just ties it all together so well, and he gets out the ring and he moves so effortlessly. Like I said a while ago, I'd like to pull him apart just a little bit in his chest and just give him some natural width there. But I think the same can be said for the one that comes in second. He just needs some more power everywhere. But as I talked in his class, there was a lot of good there. He just did the most things correct, in my opinion. So we're going to use the young lady to be champion. We're going to use the young man in the cowboy hat to be reserve. And I told those guys we'd take 3 out of this breed, and I think we're going to do that because the black and white one just does so many things correct. He maybe doesn't have some of the extras in terms of foot and bone, and I'd like to lengthen his hip ever so slightly, but like I said a while ago, he looks like a little fat steer, and I really like that about him. So congratulations, young man.
Over here in the black ring, single entry Angus steer, and he sure has a lot of quality. Deep body, bold rib, got some shape and power over his back. When you get in behind him, he's got some shape and expression that way too. Really good calf, high necked, got a show steer look up front. Congratulations.
A single entry Shorthorn steer here, and this young lady brought a really nice one. I think there's a lot of good about him, and I like his muscle, I like his dimension, I like his completeness and everything he brings today. I think a calf that could withstand a lot more competition on down the road. So we'll look forward to seeing this calf back here in the champion drive in a little bit.
Really nice trio of calves on our black ring side. A big-footed, stout-structured one here that we're going to use to win this class. Big paws, big sticks. Press when you get in over top of them. Press when you get in behind them. Good body. Looks like a really good feeding kind of calf that would be fun to feed on for this young lady. Now, is he the longest neck one in the world? No, and that's where this calf here in second excels. Right here, this look, how high he comes out of the top side of his shoulder, how good he is in his throat latch. I think he might even be laid back a little further in his shoulder than the one that wins this class. He too's big-bellied, easy feeding in the center body and got some punch. For me, where he goes second is when we ask him to move, he wants to be just a little straighter in his hock relative to our class winner, wants a little frailer at the surface, like to stouten his hoof up just a little bit, but a very good calf to go second. Calf here, we round out the class. Boy, look at his feet, look at his bones. I think he might wheel out of his rear leg just a little bit better than the one that goes second, but probably just gives up a little bit too much punch and pizzazz for me to move up, but certainly one that I think here in 30 or 60 days and a couple buckets of corn, we're going to like quite a bit better.
Very intriguing class of Shorthorn Plus series that we have, and I think there's discussion all the way through here, and I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's gray one. He's going to be first. The young man's black one's going to be second, and I think it just the gray one comes with a few more extras. He's got a little more look. He's got a little more bone. He's got just a little bit more to him in everything that he brings to the table. He needs to relax out here, and he needs to just collect himself a little bit better, but I think that'll come with time, and I think this look of him right here exemplifies a lot of what he is, and he's just an attractive, youthful, good type of a calf that should be fun to feed on. The calf that comes, the black calf that comes in second, I'm drawn to this calf. I'm drawn to this calf because he's complete. I'm drawn to him because he's balanced, and I think that he makes a tremendous fast year on down the road. Maybe he doesn't come with the fancy fit job or the fancy clip job today, but that doesn't take away from the calf because I think he's just good and he's genuine, and there's a lot of good to be had about that calf. So keep up the good work, young man. You've got a bright future ahead. The decision here between third and fourth, you can talk it either way, and there's probably no right or wrong. And for me, the black one just moves a little bit better. The orange one wants to push off his front end ever so slightly, and he wants to come in a few more pieces. The black one, he is the little one today, but I do think there's good to be had about him, and he just needs more days on feed, but a good calf nonetheless. And the same can be said about the orange roan. Make an awesome fast here for this young lady. Just needs to move more effortlessly off his front end and like to pull his hip back ever so slightly.
over here in the black ring. Pretty nice little show beef that wins this class. Sound structured, stout, good looking, balanced. I mean, what else is there to say? What else could you ask for? A really nice calf. Look forward to seeing him back out here later. Young lady's white calf's that's gonna be second is one I appreciate quite a bit. And is he a little more raw in his condition relative to the one that's in front of him? Does he have maybe just as dense of a hair coat? No, but I think this is one that's really nice structured. He's balanced. He's powerful when you get in behind him. I like his hind leg. I like his look from the side. Just need to give him a little bit, maybe make him a little more smoother relative to the one that's in front of him. Maybe get a little more show steer look up front, but certainly very nice calf that I think with some feed, I'm going to be pretty pumped up to see here in 2 months. And similar things can be said for this one that's in third. High-necked, good-looking calf that's bold-ribbed. He's got big bones and big feet. I'd like to make him a little longer hip, give him a little more flex out of his rear skeleton, but another one here that I bet you would like a little bit more here a couple months down the road. another competitive class of cattle in our Kenya show over here on the black side. And, you know, I thought it was maybe a little closer from these top two. We can bring this one here right in behind them when they first came in, but the longer they're out there, the more the logical place to start is this, for me, this young lady's calf right here. Bull-bodied, so impressive when you get in on top of him, how big he comes out of the backside of his shoulder. He's so stout when you get in behind him, and when you ask him to lead, he really does so quite handily. He's got this really kind of unique show steer look about his front end. He's good in the angle of his shoulder, but he's got the right amount of chest and throat for me, his head shape and the way he's dehorned and all that. I just really appreciate. Very, very nice calf. Now, where I will get picky on him is I really don't love his foot shape. He's a little bit long and narrower toed. And one that I think back home I could do a lot of damage with is feed. And I think one like this is sound. He's good body. He's got a right amount of power. And I think as he continues to develop, when we look at this, so soft, so sound, I think this is one down the road that I think could be very, very dangerous. Today, though, and that's the day we're judging him, unfortunately, he gives up a little bit of shape and mass relative to that one right, because that's a very, very good calf. Another really good calf that comes old body, got a big old back in him. He's really stout from behind, and his neck shoots really high of the top. Maybe like to make him just a little more relaxed in his pastern, maybe add a little bit more condition just to kind of keep up with the high-performing calf that rounds out the class. He might have a structure advantage on his rear wheel over the one right in front of him. He's so good chest and good neck, just need to pull him.
A unique trio of Simmental steers that we have here, and there was really, I'm drawn to this black and white one. I like a lot. Second show and he ain't quite figured it out yet, and you can tell that he's hollow. He needs to be filled in. He probably needs to drink some water or eat some feed or do something. But I think there's so much good about him. His neck sits right on top of his shoulders. He's got big feet and legs, and he's got a big hip. And I think that feed and time and adjusting to the show ring is only to his advantage. But I dig that calf. I think there's a lot of good there. It'll be interesting to see him back in a little bit. The discussion, the challenge for me was between second and third. Go ahead, stay there, buddy. Just leave Willis there. I like these two calves, and I think they're so polar opposite in what they are. And I think today the young man that's going to come in second just does so a little more freer. Like he gets around the ring a little better. He holds his spine a little better. He wants to reach out of his front end a little better. And my biggest draw is that he uses his pasturing today. And maybe it's just hair. Maybe somebody just needs to cut all that hair off this one in third's pasturing. But I like these two steers, and I think you've got a bright future ahead of your calf, and stick with it. I think there's a lot of good down the road. That is a stout calf. It just needs to get out and go a little bit better today. So be interesting to see that black and white one back in a little bit.
ring. Again, as it's been all day, it's a tremendous amount of numbers, but very, very high quality. And I'm always torn on these types of deals. Judging in general, livestock, it's not desirable that, only one of them can raise them and sell them. We all know how hard it is to raise and find cattle like this, get them presented at this level. It's how many hours and weeks and time go into all this kind of stuff. So I'm going to break these two calves down. I think they both have advantages, and we're going to take 3 out of this division just because they're just so. Wins our first class. We talked about him and his structure. His foot size is awesome. He reaches great off both ends of his skeleton. Is he as punchy and powerful as the one right here behind him? No. Does he have an ample amount of power? Yes. He's bull-bodied. He balances good. He's good when you get in behind him, and just a very good calf that I think will be very, very, very fun to feed and show next fall. If I'm going to get picky on him, deeper and plainer right there at the base of his neck, kind of right here under his dewlap, sure. Is he a little bit plainer about? Sure, maybe a little bit, but that's a very, very nice calf that I do think has the advantage at the ground in terms of foot shape than the one right in here behind him. The one right here behind him, and I know there's a spread and weight here, but this thing is burly. He is stout. I really like this calf when you get up on top of him, kind of maybe from a front 3/4, and he feeds out of the backside of his shoulder so big and so strong. He's got a big loin. He's impressive when he gets behind him. But a lot of times, at least in my experience, cattle that are that big back get bound up when they move, and he stays real relaxed and soft in his top line. And I actually almost like this calf better when he is moving, because relative to the one in front of him, I think he shoots his neck a little bit higher out of the top side of his shoulder. He has a little bit more presence when he goes, and I think he may be, reach and flexibility is probably fairly close. At least said this one here is about perfect structured, and this one ain't far behind him. We talked earlier, I don't love his foot shape. The size is okay. They're a little bit narrower toed. He's a little bit longer toed. He still moves and flexes fine. The other part where I want to get picky on this calf relative to the one right here in front of him, and get his back down. When he gets a little bit lazy, he wants to get a little plainer in his hip and just kind of doesn't come together. But man, oh man, is it hard to make one that's that flexible, that burly, and that stout. I'm going to take a quick look at them again. These two are going to be your champion reserve. I got to figure out which way I'm going to go, and then we'll find out. Give these kids a round of applause.
Places for people to be able to take them, and when these guys call and ask if I want to judge, I was absolutely honored. And I guess I'm going to one that's going to win this class. I dig this one. Transitions back from his shoulder into his forerib and it back in through his flank to be that much good about that calf, and he's pulled apart in his pins. He carries his width down low, and he gets out here and he just moves. Like there's so much good about that one. It'll be fun to see him back in a little bit. It don't take anything away from this yellow one that comes in second. Like this one's fun. Like I think he makes a good fat man. Like awesome project, but nonetheless one that you should have a. Next, I think it's just a personal preference, and this one that I'm going to use for third, this young lady's Baldy, just has a little more. Awesome projects for these kids this year and should feed well, look like they're the right size, and their structure is good that they should go on them and make it to a weight that should be perfect for a county fair.
Over here, as you want to flip-flop, and that's fine with me. I think they both have advantages. The calf I'm going to use, I think, is just, for me, the harder one to make. He's the higher-necked one. He's got a bigger foot. I appreciate the way he uses his hind leg better than the one behind him. Boy, look how long hip that calf is. He's short-bodied, but long hip, long neck. That's hard proportions. Here, that's going to be reserved. If you want to say, hey, Ferris, that's the deeper-bodied calf. He might even have just a shot more muscle, and that's the more easy-feeding looking animal. Sure, I'd buy that. I think for me, where he is one I think along. Nice pair of Limousin steers over here in the black ring, and he's got a nice hind leg. He's his neck high on the top side of his shoulder. And where he structure and has another bull. Second, long-sided, good-looking. He's probably better in his chest than the one when you get in relative to this one in front of him. But I'd say here with a little.
For sorry There's a lot of major differences between the three of them, and I'm just going to tell you how I see them, and that is just, hey, let's go ahead and stop him right there. This look of this one right here is to die for. He's so unique. He's so just well balanced and put together. He's got a pinch of chest, I'll give him that. And you've got a man shoulder back in and his knee sets back in him. And the way he ties his head up on top of his length of hip is the best of these three. He needs into these two that stand directly behind him, but I just think there's too much good, there's too much structural integrity, there's too much about this calf that I liked and put him anywhere but first. Sucker for one that's put together like this one is. I just can't get past his front end. I want to push his shoulder back in him. I want to make him just go ever so slightly. In a first impression's a lasting impression, when he walked in the ring, he was cracking his ankles the whole time. He settled in a little bit, but you'll still catch him do it every now and again. I just need him to just go a little more effortlessly out here. The one that's in third's the one that really gave me fits, because I like he has a lot of good, and I think he makes an awesome fat steer on down the road. I just want him out of his hip, but this look of him right here, it's fun. As we move down in here to fourth and fifth, the young lady's black and white. He's really, really nice, and I think he makes a great fat steer for the young lady. And that's what gets him in fourth. But nonetheless, two really, really nice steers that should make awesome projects for these young ladies. Look forward to seeing them back out here.
It's on. Got some stock here that has some trade-offs, and we're going to leave them the way they stand, and we're going to describe the differences, and we can argue about it later, politely, hopefully, in that sense. But I'll tell you what I see in the cattle, and yeah, we can go from there. But before we get into that, I saw two things out here. I'm glad you went and got some shavings off hers in the middle. Cattle around my house that I think you could do that with at the first show. So kudos to you kids for spending some time. Great job. The least stout animal out here, but that's not why he wins. I think he wins because he's the best built, highest quality animal. Big footed, sound structured. He's nice and balanced when you look at him from the side. I don't know in terms of pieces, but he doesn't have any holes. That's attractive and balanced, and one that should be very, very fun to feed on. Calf that's here in second's probably. He is really powerful when you get in from behind him for how high his ways, neck attaches. I'd like to lay this calf. Like to let him hit the surface, a little more cushion and relative smoother animal, but certainly a very good one. Honestly, he fought the halter a pretty good chunk out here, and it was really hard for me to get a read on the way I thought his front end was designed, and sometimes we get him parked and his head picked up, and I liked him more than maybe when. In terms of foot and bone and the way wheels should be, I really like this one. Big paws, big sound hind leg. He's is he just tidy enough up in his chest at this stage in the game? Is he clean enough on the top side of his neck, and how will that kind of come into him with time? But I think that's a nice calf as he gets more comfortable showing at these deals and presents himself a little bit. And I don't think he can win this class, but I could think he could be second. Really nice calf to round out the class. This goes back to put ones like this where you do stout, pop. His foot size a little bit bigger, just frame up and stretch him out a little.
Results of class 18 in the red ring. First place going to Haley Hanson for the K. Third, Josie Ritter from Beamer. Fourth. Fifth,
Class. 200, 187, 250. Third out of that class looked when he came back out here. Jack up underneath him over here.
Kane and Josie.
As we finish up our day here, I just want to take a minute and thank these guys for the opportunity to come out here. As I am not usually in the middle of the ring. I'm not usually the guy they give the microphone to, and I'm not usually the one they ask my opinion upon doing this. And so it's a real honor for these guys to ask. And I actually were just sitting back there talking a few minutes ago about the first year they had this show, and that was COVID. And we came out here to the show, my family did, because there was really nowhere to go and show. So we decided we'd make the trek to Nebraska, and we tried it out that year, and it was an enjoyable experience, just as it's been today. But it's obviously a different side of the fence today, and I just wanted to take a minute here and all you kids, like, no matter if you're out here, if you're not out here, this is an opportunity. Like, your parents don't have to do this. Your grandparents don't have to do this. Nobody has to do this for you. It's an opportunity to be here, and sometimes stepping outside of your comfort zone is a good thing. And I'm sure there's probably somebody here that showed for the first time today, and I hope that it was a great experience for you, even if you're not staying in this lineup. And I hope that you learned something, just as I've learned something, just as I have also learned something being out here today. So, again, thank you to Greg and the crew for asking me to come out here. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I guess we're going to pick 10 of them. So I'm not going to come back to this again. We'll just go through here and pick 10 of them, and I think this has been a really fun show. The quality has been awesome, and look forward to the Heifer show tomorrow.
Folks, I appreciate you guys having me back. It's been a pleasure. I thought the show last year was really competitive. I thought there was a lot of good stock here, and we were talking back there in the office. I think there's several here that would have given them ones last year all they wanted and then some, and probably beat them down pretty good. I think the quality out here of both livestock and kids is what you come to expect from the state of Nebraska. And I know there's a few of you guys from surrounding states and whatnot, but I know a lot of you guys are from Nebraska. Always enjoy coming out here. It's a beautiful state, except for days like today where the wind's blowing. You can keep that. But other than that, I don't have any fancy speech. Probably going to go ahead and get out here and just get it on with. It's been a long day. I will say, for all you guys that are out here in the ring or in the back or whatnot, whoever helped you get here, thank them. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort to do this. It takes a lot of time, a lot of capital, a lot of effort from a lot of people. Things have changed a lot in the however many years it's been since I've been doing this, from a kid on up. It takes so much. So whoever helped you get here, whether it was a little bit, a lot, be sure to thank them. I guarantee you 100% they will appreciate that and respect that. With that said, let's give these kids a round of hand. I'm going to go out and find your top 10.